Okay folks, here we are with this new one. It's a tree, an old beaten up tree. What I have here is just a cotton canvas, extra fine cotton canvas, and it's been stapled to stretcher bars. And on that I have drawn a grid in order to get my perspective and my scale proper. I drew the grid, and now it's just a rough drawing of where I want things to be. So I'm just going to lay down the underpainting and we'll see where we end up. Okay, so I'm going to put in my darks. Put in my darks first, right? So let's do this. Put a coolness in it and keeping it coolish. A little bit of white just to draw it back a bit. Now this is going to be the put on and take off method. Okay, so let's see. Now the reason I do this is to create textures. This will set up in seconds, well, maybe not quite seconds. I'm going to turn a fan on here and hopefully you don't hear it too much. Just as a low level fan. Okay, it doesn't seem like it's hearing it. Just want some air circulation. Maybe open my windy a little bit as well. Okay, so as I say, this is going to take seconds to set up, and this is going to be a quick background painting and just creating that texture. The moment this is set up, I'll be going back over it again to slightly darken it here and there on wherever I believe it needs it. This is the foreground part of the painting. So then, and still just keeping everything nice and dark for the time being. So let's get it some more blue just to cool it down. I want cooler temperatures in certain areas of this. Just a little bit of mineral spirits there just to help it move a touch. We got the mineral spirits also act as a drying agent. Really dries it very quickly, like within seconds. All right. Now, I'm going to move into the background here. So it's going to be a little bit, there's going to be some atmosphere between us and the background here. It's going to be a little bit lighter. Use a little bit of liquid just to lighten it a touch, or to, because I'm using white in this, I want the liquid will help me a little bit lighter than that. The liquid will help it dry faster for me. So let me see, where are we? Look at the texture that creates. Lovely. Lovely jubbly. Right, now, a coolish green. Give me a coolish green. I'll use this. I see this phthalo green. It's incredibly strong. Incredibly strong. You have to respect this one. All of a sudden you'll end up with a highly oversaturated piece. Okay. A little bit brighter. And probably a little bit brighter again, actually. little bit of yellow in it, a little bit more white in it, a little bit more cerulean blue. And that's not much later, but I'm getting there. Nope. There we go. Keeping it nice and loose with the mineral spirits, just so that I can look. As you see what I'm doing here, this is so I can come along and just lift it. A little bit of the same over here. Just dance that a brush about. Now don't forget, because this is I don't normally do these stapled on those bars type things, those stretcher bars. So I just have to keep reminding myself to do the sides. And I'll do the top and the bottom whenever it's dried. I'll just work it in. Alrighty, now. No. Let's come forward a little bit here. A little bit more saturation. A little bit more green. I'm mixing it with what's already down, so it'll help balance that saturation. Probably a bit brighter than that. Oh, I have to be careful about singing in my videos these days. It's not allowed to, apparently. You get a copyright strike if you do that. So I'll just hum occasionally. Listen, that and that and this. All right, now let me see, where are we here? My stomach is growling. I hope you don't hear that on the camera. Just let me check where I am here. All right. And you're not going to see much with this one. It's all just going to be all melded together, and it's you're not going to see much of it. This is just a background painting, and I'm going to be keeping it as rough as I can. A little bit of coolness just down in the corners here. A little bit more spirits there, just to work all that in. Work it all in. Suppose I could make up my own wee songs, eh? Nothing to stop me from doing that. Now, you see it all beginning to come together. I just want to get this background in, this area up in here. So a cool color up in here, properly cool. Plenty of cerulean. Alrighty, oh. I keep getting asked about reference photos. My answer to it is, I do use reference photos, of course I do. Yes, I do, but I use a lot of them. I use quite a lot of reference photos. And what I mean by that is that I will sit on the internet and look and look and look through a whole myriad of photos until I see maybe a little hut that grabs my attention, or a little tree and a sky maybe grabs my attention. Those types of things. And now as well, also I forgot to mention, is that today we now have that, what's it called again? Mid-Journey. It actually, oh, look at that, what I've done there, far too much. Far too much. It creates images for you. It's unbelievably good. Unbelievably good. So anyway, what was I saying? Yes. So I would get 5 or 6 images, and then I will take parts of them. I'll take, say, a little tree here, a bush in the background, a little house over here, and I'll put them all together. Now I don't put them together physically, as in I don't do it in Photoshop. I do it in my head. I do it, and then I will go and get, and then I will draw up my own idea of what I want down. And then I paint it. And I paint it all in this. I mean, in some of the photos, for example, in one of the photos for this tree, there was a sunset in the back. And then another thing, it was a house with a misty background. And this is the background that I'm putting in with this tree that had a sunset on it. But I like the look of the tree. I like the look of the sunset, or not the sunset, the background. So I'm putting them together. And that's mainly why I don't put up reference photos, because the end product looks nothing like. Just give me a second here, folks, while I try to think. The end product looks nothing like the photos, like nothing like it. So I just don't see the point in putting them up. I think it would be more damaging for you in the long run. I need to take some of that off. It's a bit too dark, a bit too saturated and too dark. There we go. Right, just a clean brush and start this again. I found myself being distracted. There we go, that's a bit better, that's more like it. Alright, now, where are we? Right, back to this painting again. La da 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 dee dee, la da 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 dee. If I don't need this up here, I will take it out. But for now, I'll just put it up in there. And it's like, you know, a lot of painters paint that way. Some of them go out and do plein air and paint exactly what's in front of them, which I have never done plein air, but it does appeal to me. I can't do plein air for my own personal reasons. So I don't do plein air. There's a big line running through that, but the second coat, the painting on top will deal with it. And painters, you know, like Dennis Shane, brilliant painter. Basically paints from imagination. He does the same thing. He gets a load of imagery and then comes up with it on the spot. Brilliant at it. Absolutely brilliant at it. Love his stuff. Incredible painter. So, Richard Smith could do it too. Not that I wish to put myself in these in the same category as these people. I'm just saying that this is what they do. Now, as I'm putting this second layer back on, this layer is almost dry. Apart from this area up here, this area is almost dry. So it's going to allow me, look, hardly anything coming off. That's going to allow me now to put on a second coat. Kind of like a, still, the whole thing is still classed as an underpainting whenever I'm finished. But it's like a painting above the underpaint. And now all I'm doing is removing what I put down. And now, of course, I'm not removing it completely, but it is leaving texture behind. Right, now I'm getting myself a bit, feeling myself getting a little bit distracted, so I'm going to keep quiet for a while. I'll maybe turn up the music a bit and just concentrate on what I'm doing here. For the time being, I'll be back soon enough. But look at that, I see I can't shut up. Literally, how long did I last for there? Oh, for goodness sake. And the texture that leaves behind, it's lovely stuff. Right, shutting up. Okay, let me see now. Let me have a moment taught my little self. Okay. Let me give myself a not so saturated green here. Yeah, the phthalo can be a bit strong, so I'm just being a bit cautious with what I have here. Maybe a bit brighter. And using white just to really knock back the saturation as well. It'll help cool it out a little bit. Yeah, and to do the sides, forgetting the sides. Okay. All right. A little bit more saturation just here. Remember to try your best to keep it random. Keep it rough. Right now I'm just having a look. And okay. A little bit of blue. I just want to keep this cool-ish. Yeah. Want more green in this. Yes, 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 yes. It's a bit better. And this should be, you see how dark this is? That's good, that's good. Little bit of blue in it, little bit of ultramarine blue in it, just at the base here. Keep that cool as well, but not so cold as cerulean blue. Okay, so let's do our things here. Now this one here is on a different plane than this one. This background here, it's further back, so there's a little bit more atmosphere between you and it. So let's paint that atmosphere in, and we'll do it using cerulean blue and some of the green I've already laid down. Let me see. Now is that too blue? It's not green enough, I think. Now cerulean blue, and I suppose any blue whatsoever is very good at too saturated. It's very good at graying stuff out, warm colours out. Let me see. Okay. I think I'm just going to bring out that tree a little bit, just to break up this line. And again, I want to make sure there's texture in this area. There we go. A definite grey in here. I think what I'm going to do is this is the sky brush, this area here. I'm just going to use it without anything else on it. And I want darker areas. I think maybe I'll darken it with a bluer color. Let me see, where are we? Right, now I'm going to get my big head right in here to get round to these sides here. And try my best not to. Yeah, okay, that'll do. That's what you're getting. Right, well, let me see here. Few darker areas, a few blue-gray areas here. Creating that texture. That's what the kitchen roll is for. It is to create the texture. Now, again, this plane here is just a little bit further than this one, just a touch. So let's put it in a little bit colder, just along here. Let me see. Let me see. Where are we? Yeah, maybe a bit more grayer. Oh, that's fine for the underpainting. This is fine. Shows this a little bit. So it does. So it does. So it does. A little bit of a darker patches here and there, just to create that depth that you get in these things. So a little bit darker in certain areas. Just along here. See, I'm a little down here too. All right. Now you can already see the distance there. This is more forward. You can see that this is more backward. Here. Alrighty. Now I'm just going to work on what is going to be a little pot. I'm going to make this water. Yes, I'm going to make this avatar. So, let me see where we are. So, we'll make it a little bit warmer. But still a grey. Let me see. I don't think that's warm enough. I think that's it, I think. Wunderbar, wunderbar. That's okay. That's okay. I don't like this, so I don't. But in fact, you know, rather than fill it all in and then come back and fix it, I'm going to work on doing some fixing of it now. So I'm going to make this reflection more apparent, bring that in a touch. Bring this out a little bit too. Now this is just fixing on the fly, and this is too broad. I want that more of a taper. Okay, so where's my green? Oops, a daisy. Let me see. All right, okay. Now my darks, I'm looking for my darks brush. There we go. Okay. Now, because I've slightly changed the composition of this area here, kind of just going to mess around with the rest of it until I find a balance that I'm relatively happy with. That's all that's happening here. And I don't know if you can be taught this, to be honest. I think this is just up to your practice, constantly practicing and figuring out what you like, what you don't like. That's very important, folks, is the constant trying, the constant effort of doing it. It's very, very important, actually. if you can. A lot of people don't have the time, a lot of people don't have the, by the time they get home from work, they don't have the will to do it, and all of that. Right, but if you can, put in the effort, put in the time. Alrighty. And I want to darken the tree a little bit more, and then I think I might be called this a day. Maybe call it a day. We'll see. Let me see, just down here. Just these bits here. I really am not going to cover this up, so I'm going to get myself a rag here and take a lot of this off. In fact, I want more than none of it off. So I'm just going to drip this on here, folks, and then that should allow me to lift this. Look at that. See the way the difference that's made? And don't worry about the drips. They're easily fixed, easily covered up. I'm just going to give that a moment to dry and then hit this again. Now, another misconception that people have is that oil paints do not dry via evaporation. That is very true. It is very true, but I'm using oil paints with mineral spirits, and mineral spirits dry that way. They evaporate into the air and leaving behind just a very thin film of oil paint. Now I'm going to be more careful here. All right. Now I think I want to just lighten up the background a bit here. Just in here. Yeah, a bit brighter. A bit brighter still. I can always darken this. The underpainting is a get as close to it as you possibly can. Get as close to what you want as you possibly can. But it's not that. It's hard to say that it's not important. Of course, it's important. Yes, it's an important step. But look at that. That worked out well. That's nice. But you can always fix it in the next level. I think maybe just add, I'm unsure, maybe a bit more blue in this. I'll put a little bit of ultramarine in it and we'll see. Just here. A little bit of ultramarine and some black. All right, okay, let's see. All right, feeling a bit better now about this. What did I? There we are. Not quite so dark as it was. I've given myself a little bit of room to maneuver in the next stage of this. So I'm just basically putting on here almost pure ultramarine blue. Just almost pure ultramarine blue. Dipping it into a little bit of this mixture over here. And it's kind of graying it out a little bit for me. Right. There we go. Now I think I'm going to be leaving this. Just need another little touch of something, and then I will be gone. Just in here. Let me see where. Just in here. Just thinking to myself, folks. Now, that water needs to, that water needs to be fixed. I just had a vision of it there. I just saw it, and it's coming across and straight down. No, just clean this up a little bit and bring it in, just a touch. All right. That'll all make sense whenever the time comes. Right, folks. And that will do for the underpainting, and I shall see you whenever I come back to finish it. So bye for now. Okay, folks. Right. Now, back to this one. Now, I haven't been on this one for a while. A few weeks or whatever it is, so I hope I don't say anything that contradicts myself. Anyway, right, so let's see where we are here. I'm just having a wee think now and a wee thunk. I don't like this. Look at this. That's not very good. I don't like that at all. So I'm going to bring it up over to here, close this off, and bring it up around this area and have it face these back fields in some way or t'other. Right, so I'm going to work on the sky first. Give myself a nice pinky bluish sky. Lots of liquid in it. Make it a bit more blue and a bit more. A little bit more purple. Let me see. Okay. I want to be covering up this line here, so put plenty of it on. It's just my guideline. Just dab that in around about there. Just as little reminders, little sets for me to have a go at later. Okay, now straight into it. No fussing, no hussing, and no mussing. Know what to say, something like that. Alright, so let me just see here. Alright, now it's beginning to brighten things up a little bit. Alright. I haven't been Hold on, I'm just thinking out loud, folks. I haven't been recording my voice much recently. My mics went down for a while, and then I just couldn't be bothered. So, and now I'm back with a vengeance. Okay, a little bit of red in this. I want a little bit of that magenta, just to really knock it back a bit. And yeah, let me see. This is nice grey. No, it's not grey enough. I want more blue in it. So I do. It's not grey enough. Now, I know I've put in a lot of blue there, but I want to make sure I'm getting the feeling of distance in this one. So I do, and I think I'm getting there. I just need to keep working the color. And I think, yeah, that's almost it. Let me see. Yeah, bit grayer. Put a little lamp black in it just to really pull the saturation out of it a little bit. All right, I think that will do along here. Now let me just see. Okay. All right, look at that. There we go now. Now we're talking. Now there's a few more areas around here. Might as well just use this up. Now, you know what? It's a bit too saturated. So, a little bit of raw umber in it. Yeah, it's a bit better. Kind of takes the saturation out of that a little touch. Now, over in the corner here. Oops, that was way too much. Yeah, a little bit bluer still. Yeah, just gonna almost put in pure blue here. Just work it into what I've got here. That's another thing that I'm trying to learn to do myself, and that is take my time. I find myself always rushing with this. But it is a way that I like to paint. I'm not going to deny that. I do like to paint as if I'm rushing on the go. I like the idea of that. That appeals to me. Now, I'm just looking for different shades of green and different tones of green and different warmths and cools of green. Now that's a bit too warm. Just gonna grey it out a touch. Again, it's still a bit too green for me. So a bit more red, a bit more of what's on the palette. Let me see. A bit better. That's a bit better. Okay, a bit too bright. Certain areas. Be afraid to come in and darken it up a little bit. Now I'm just going to mark. These are not permanent ideas. Just going to mark for a tree maybe along here. If I'm going to do it, do it right. Just as an idea, put something up here in the distance. Okay, now let me just play around with this a little bit. And we're way off in the distance here. So I'm just going to cool it down a good bit. Yeah, a bit more than that. Alright. Right, okay. Now those these back ones here, they are a bit too bright for me, so I'm just going to go in with almost pure white here, and just to knock them back a little bit. They were too dark for my purposes. I'm just cleaning that brush off, just wiping it, and just getting all that blended in, nice and gently. Alright, so now we have distance there. A little bit of distance. Now let me see, I just want a little roughish brush. I can just dry brush this in. There we go. There we go. It really lets it fade off into the background there. Okay, nice. A little bit darker in the base here. You can see I'm just putting in almost a pure blue there. And it's pure ultramarine blue. And I think I'm going to continue that over to here. Gives a wee sense of a bit of distance going on there. All right. Okay, now. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to I think I'm going to work on this until it's almost finished. I'm just playing at the minute still, so I'm just thinking out loud. That's a bit bright, I think. And of course, whenever I put all the trees and the branches and all the bits and pieces in, this will look a bit busier up in here. Okay. Now what I do want that I don't have is a bit of a darker area up in there. So I'm going to blue it up with a little bit of black and grey it out on this here. I want some green in it. I want it to be an obvious green up in here, but not a saturated green, not an overly saturated green, I'll say. Look at that now. Just creating some shapes, some tones. Dancing that brush around. And that dancing that brush around gives the impression of randomness. And it is random to some degree, you know. More random than just placing it on. Trees and what have you have a very big tendency just to be a random thing. Okay, I'll stop talking. Bye now. Alright, okay. Right. Now let me see. I just want to get in a little bit of a tree base in here. I want it to be nice and soft though as well. Just off in the distance here. Nice and soft. I don't want it too dark. Well, let me see. Just. Okay. Now I'll do this one on the front here. And we shall see where we are is then. A little tiny bit darker because we've moved forward a little bit. So I'm just going to give it just a tone or two darker, that's all. Keeping my brush jiggly jaggly for another and again that is a artistic term. Okay, I think you know that it's not. Anyway, a little bit of jiggling jaggly just to create a broken branch or broken edges to the branch. Now I want this one a little bit thicker, a little bit more apparent. Just let it fade off into the dark, into the dense forest there, the dense trees. Now this bio here. Let me see now. You see, there's the light moving into the work. All of this is all mid-tone. And now I'm able to come along and put the highlights where I want them and put the darks and the bright and the colours where I want it and the temperatures. So nice and cool at the background. And as we come forward, I'll have warmer shadows and what have you. Right, so let me see. I'm going to work on this bio here. Now, green up in here. Let me see here. And look at that. Just bring that across. That'll push this back even further. And putting this in front of this should help with pushing it back further. It's just a preliminary little thing here. Again, keeping it blue. Now the sky is going to be cold, so I'm going to have the shadows warm, but I don't want all the shadows warm. I'm just going to keep these ones here that it's further away. I'm going to keep them a little bit cooler. I hope that all makes sense to you in that way. So a little bit of a green here, a little bit of a duller green than that. I think that's a bit too I like the white for sometimes to pull out the saturation as well. It can really knock a color back, so it can. Okay, now. Now that's it's a bit much. I've gone a bit too far. So a bit more control, smaller brush. Smaller brush and just coming up in here. Look at that, just knocking a lot the hell out of that a little bit. All right, let me see. Yeah, okay, now that's given a little bit of life to it there. Okay, some darker areas. Now, I think I will go ahead and plant me in a 3 or 2 or 7. Let me see now, let me see. And we're a little bit further again from those ones there. But this is a grey, going to be a grey red. But it's still going to be a red. So now let me see. I'll go from the bottom here. Now, let me see. I'm thinking, folks. I'm thinking. I think it's a bit bright. Doesn't allow me to come in a wee bit later and put in a highlight. So it's too bright. All right, let me see. Nearly. In fact, I'll just wipe that off and go again. All right, now. All right, now. Bit darker. Now I'm just going to darken this down a good bit. We're up in here now. Let me see, let me just think. Let me just think about what I'm doing. All right, now. Okay, now I've got the sky brush out, so let's put in a little bit more sky. Way too much red, little bit of blue, and a little bit of the green. Let me see now, I'm too bright here. I can already tell just by the palette that I'm too bright. Okay, too saturated. I'll take a little bit of that green, put it into it here. And I will test this again. And let me see. It's okay, that's all right for now, at least anyway. Okay, let me see where we are. Okay. I just thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking. Okay. Now this gives us a wee area in here just to put in a bit of light that shines through those trees. There we go. Let me see now. It softened a little bit, but okay. Right, okay. For now, let me just get a nice soft brush here and just take the edges off that. Barely touching the canvas here, folks. Really, hardly. What is it Bob Ross says? Just a whisper. Just a whisper. Or something like that. I can't quite remember what he says. Right now that I'm up in this area here, I'm going to work on this part of the tree. So nice dark green, grey, dark green. And what greys out of green is a red, so I'm using oxide red here. Excuse me. Oxide red and a little bit of raw umber to grey out this green. So let me see where we are here. All right, now I'm going to take this branch out over here, but because this is still wet, this is going to be a temporary job. And then just take this nice branch out to here. Now a bit thicker, I think a bit thicker. All right. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a good dark area on this tree. Darken it in certain areas. Under the branches. Now there's going to be branches sticking out all over this. So I'm just taking that into account where I think branches might pop out. And I don't know if one's going to be there, so I get a little bit of a rag here and just okay. Now, I know there's going to be darks down and around here. Might as well use up this painting here. I know this, I'm going to put this as a dark one here too, and another large one coming up here I'm going to have. Okay. So this side of the tree here is going to be mainly dark. And as you see, I'm just scraping this on, folks. Just scraping this on. And it's not without rhyme or reason. There are reasons I'm doing it this way and doing it that way. And if you watch some more of my videos, so please like and subscribe and all of that. So if you watch some more of my videos, you will see that rhyme and reason why I do it this way and I do it that way and what have you. You see, you can hear me just scraping that on. And not me just scraping that on leaves a lot of texture behind. I'm not putting it on a heavy layer. Okay, so just to give me an idea of where things are going to be, I'm going to have a tree coming up, a branch coming up over here. Another small stubby one just here. See the contrast that makes? And maybe another one just here, alright. Just to keep trying to produce that old look. Now, what I'm going to do is put in a little bit of a green area. Now, what I don't want to do is, I don't want to be, although I'm scraping it on, I don't want to be scraping it on too much. It still has to come off the brush. There still has to be enough on the brush to come off. And let me see. I think what I have done here is a bit too bright. I'm just going to darken that down a touch. The same along here. Now I'm just going to see these darker areas, just going to work them in together. Now, I'm blending on the tree, if you see what I'm doing here. The reason I'm doing that is I want a lot of texture on this tree. A lot of different shades of reds and greens and blue, or not blues, red, well maybe some blues, yeah. Reds and greens and what have you. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to change brush, and then I'm going to, I want to work in this darkness here, along the sides. I don't want it to be, so there at the minute. It's too dark for me. Right, so I'm going to lighten it up. Now I see we're just down in here. Ah, that's a bit better. Already you can tell the moment to put that down. That's a bit better. Further on up a touch here too, just here. I'll darken that whenever I get the whenever I come back to it. It's not entirely covering the tree. I'm just having a wee look at the shape of the tree, if I'm happy with it or nay. I'm alright with it at the minute. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring out this big branch out the side here. Okay. So now out here. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. All right, now that's looking okay now, so it is. That's looking okay. A little bit thicker. And then come off it here. Look at that. I think I'll just leave that as it is actually. And I'll just come up further on up. And I'll just bring this one into play here. There we go. There we go. Now, I want a nice one coming right up across here. So, let's do it. Just here. I see right across these trees. Okay, a bit bigger than that. All right. Okay, now you can see, now we have distance, folks. Now we have distance. Right, so what I do want to do is just lay in some darks. Just lines of darks, just patches. All right. Okay, now this gives me, I hope it's giving you the sense of texture. I just want to bring that darkness round a little bit. And I haven't gone completely black on this yet, which I don't think I will do. But what I do want to do is I want to keep my eye on some things. So I just along here, and just pop, 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 pop. Okay. Bit thicker at the top of it here, as it's going into the tree. All right. Look at that now. Now we're motoring, as they say. Okay. Yeah, just keeping that rough, folks. I don't want to be messing around with it too much at this stage. So what I'll do is I will let this dry. I'm actually going to, I want to work on this area here before I finish for today anyway, so it's kind of serendipitous. I'm going to stop at this point, or close to it. You just see is that too bright? Just grey it out a little bit, blue it out a little bit too. Some liquid on it and a little bit of spirits. I just want this to be patchy, and I don't want to completely cover this area. All that work, all that underpainting. I don't want to completely, I want it shining through. That's why I have a thin mix here. I want it just pulling through it. Okay. Now I'm just taking a bit of caution here. I just want to see where I am. And not completely covering that area. It just cuts into the tree a little bit there. All right, now I'm not happy with the shape of the tree. You see along here? It's too belly-y. It's got too much of a belly in it. So I'm going to fix that. Let me see, is this that's close enough, I must say. This is the brush, it's close enough. Let me see. And almost there, almost got it there. Okay, just bump, 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 bump. Just straighten that up a little bit. I just think it's a bit too. And I think also, while I'm here, I might as well just smooth out the edge a little bit. Just blend out the edge in a little bit. I don't want a sharp edge there. There we go. There we go. Now, the same with the sky one. Yeah, now a little bit brighter because we're actually up in the sky this time. I'm not looking for what am I not looking for, folks? Skylights coming through the trees. That's not what I'm doing this one for. So, let me just place this. All right, okay. Whispering grass. Boom, boom, bibbidi boo. There you go, folks. You'd never know. I'm sure you wouldn't. You'd never know. Okay, so now, what I think I'm going to do... Right, okay, I think a little... Oh, these tree branches here is a bit too thin. I'm just going to bring it down. Bring this down here. And maybe I'll take another one off it. Okay. Yes. That's a bit better. Bring another one up over here too. A small one. Just a little stumpy one. There we go. Right, getting happier with it now. Right, okay, so let me just check this. That's not so bad now. That's not so bad. Okay. Just pulling this brush across it, and all it's doing is leaving behind a lot of texture, like a lot of texture. Okay. Now, let me just lighten this just a touch as I'm coming up here. Put a little bit of green in it, and that will help grey it. A little bit of spirits in it, just so that it just sits on the brush on a bit of an inconsistency. Now that's a bit much. Okay, that's all right now. That's okay. And maybe a bit greener up in here. we're up into the higher parts of the tree here, so I'm just going to put on a little bit of a, so just there now. Okay, now I do think that that's pretty okay texture. Pretty okay. That's confidence in your working. Dear, oh dear. It's pretty okay, and it's good texture. Here's what it is. So I'm just going to come down off this now. All right. Now I hope you can see what's developing here. I don't just mean the tree. I mean all the textures that I'm able to get from these, from this brush. It's just an ordinary. Let me see. What is this? This is a Rosemary & Co. Size 5. It's a long flat, and the series is 279. Now, it honestly, it really doesn't matter about the brush at times. You know, it's easier said than done. Whenever I first started, I had to get everybody's brushes. You know, so I understand the want to know these things. Now that has texture. That tree has texture. Does it have shape? Yeah, okay, it has shape. It's a bit too, I think it's a bit too thin at the top, you know that? For the shape of this to come up here, I think this needs to be filled in. Let me just try it. If it doesn't work, you see now, I do think that is right, so I'll do. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, it has a bit of a bellow in it, but it's okay. And trees are odd shapes at times. Now, this doesn't excuse these ones over here. Need to work on these. Where are we? Now, let me just, I think what I'll do is I'll lay in some of the sides here. So we're off into the distance here, folks. So a little bit of a bluer highlight, a little bit of a grayer, bluer highlight. I'll tell you what, I'll mind a little bit of a violet highlight. That'll do. Let me see for now anyway. Let me just see. Take too much on the brush. Alright, now let me see. What do I think of this? Nah, not much. Let me just see down here. Cutting that in. Now you see, this is where my problem exists. I feel myself getting a bit tired, but I don't want to stop. And I know that I should stop. For me, I can't paint normally more than an hour or so a day. Very taxing. Okay, now we're getting a bit of realism moving into this tree here. So let's get down to the base here, and let's get it bedded into the ground. As I say, I'm going to be closing this area off and sending this ravine, or this brook, sorry, up into this area. And also what I do want to do actually is put in some darker areas in here. Especially around the base, folks. You know, it's kind of like it's kind of like what you want to be doing let me just knock the knot out a little bit. There we go. Let me see. All right. Now I want a wee bit of light shining through. If I can get myself there's a nice wee brush. Cheap. Nothing but a cheap brush. Let me see here, just at the foot of the. Just that gives the sense that there's things going on behind the tree. That there's life in there, you know. I'll do a little bit over here too. No, I've gone too far. I've gone and done it again. Hey, folks? Gone and done it again. You just don't want to do it too much, and I think I've done it too much. Alright, so I need a moment here just to claw that back a bit. There we go. Yeah, I was happy with it, and then I messed around with it, didn't know when to stop, and now I'm not so happy with it. Oh dear. There we go. Let me see this now. Alright, that'll do for the time being. Okay. Just darken the edge here, folks. Right, okay, now what I think I'll do is I want to bring out some trees here. I think I'll do that now. Some branches. So a nice green. Let me just keep my eye on the way I want this. Let me see, folks. I'm just, as I say before, it's not always easy to think on paint, or to, sorry, think and paint. No, that's not what I mean. It's not what I mean. It's not always easy to talk and paint as I'm doing this. You know, it can be difficult at times to, while I'm thinking on this, I'm getting myself caught. While I'm thinking on that, I'm also trying to think about how to say it, how to present it to you, and it's not always easy. No, I'm not complaining about it. I don't mean it in a complaining way. I'm not doing my moaning, like, you know. But it is, it can be difficult at times. Now, even now, as I'm trying to do this, I can hear the voices in the head going, "You're talking too much. Get on with it." There we go. And let me see now. I don't think, I'm not happy with those. They're not quite dark enough. So I think I'm just going to darken them a touch. And just leave the edges brighter. Just roll that into it. Okay, it's a bit better, a bit better. Right, again, I have to watch myself with the singing. Aye, okay, I'm going to close this off. Just here, just close this off. Alright, now as I say, I'm going to have the brook heading up around here, so I'm just going to mark for that. So let me see, I just want to come around this side here this time. Nice and shallow, nice and narrow. Alright, now I mean, you could even leave that as it is, just as a little uphill thing. I'll maybe put a rock or two on it and a little crack in it here and there, but you could leave that as it is. Right, so where's my other brush? This one will do. Now, what I'm looking for here is a little embankment, just too dark, I think. Okay, I just let that run into there and bring that through. There we go, look at that. Gives us a little bit of an embankment in there. Darken some of these areas here. Alright, now that darkens the tree area. Now I still think I have gone a bit too dark on that, so I'm just going to lift it a little bit. Okay, that's alright. Now, just while I have the, because sometimes it's hard to leave, not because, yeah, you don't want to leave, but because you've got all the colours here, and you don't want to waste them. If I leave now, that all these colours will be too dry for tomorrow. Okay, so here we go now. All right. There's still an awful lot of work to do in this. Again, while I'm here, I might as well, just work over here. I think I'll get out some phthalo green for tomorrow, or whenever I revisit this. Right, okay, what I want to do is that I've just noticed something and I want to work it in. I just think that that's too much of a transition there. See this area here? I don't want that to be a hard transition. So just working that in. There we go, that's a bit better. At least to my mind it's a bit better. Now let me see, I'm just going to soften these edges. Up along here. Now, I'm getting there, folks. I'm getting there. It's coming along. I think I'm going to I'm going to really cut into this tree. So I don't like that. I think that the tree is a bit too... It is just a bit too shapy. Now all I'm doing here is I'm just going to... I want to do more. Hold on a wee second. Right, okay. I think, yeah, let me see. It's this problem piece down here. I think I'm going to bring this back. Bring this back. Okay. And then the bit beneath it. Just not, I just wasn't happy with that, and I kind of had to, because you're going to basically see this line down here, and I want it to be okay. I want the line to look good, and so I do. Just removing this. Okay, now look at how much of that tree I have cut off, eh? See, now there you go, folks. That's it. Right now, you see me making some mistakes and then correcting them. And I can wait until this is dry and correct it even further, which I will be doing, by the way. It's not like this is the finished. This is, again, another undercoat for this part of the painting. But I'll come back again and put in a better sky colour in this. So while I'm here, I might as well just do this type of thing, do this type of work, and then I can make it a little bit better whenever I come back. So let me see, just look at that. Right, it creates a nice sharp thing there. Now this branch here, as much as I do like it, no, I'm okay. I'm alright. I'm not going to mess around with things too much. Right, okay. Let me see the shape of this tree now. Yeah, I think that's a bit better. I do think that's a bit better. Right, okay. Right, I think that that'll do for tonight. You can see it's starting to, from this area up here, I haven't touched any of this down here. Maybe these areas here, but haven't touched any of this. So from here, you start to see the light coming into it compared to what it was like just beforehand. Just before I started. Right, okay, that'll do for now. I'll see you when I come back to finish this one. Well, I might not even finish it, don't know. We'll see. Bye for now. Alright, folks, now back to this one now. Might surprise you to know that this one's been sitting on the easel for a long time. Quite a long time, actually. So, I'm just going to quite a few months. So, let me see now. Let's see what I'm doing. Make sure I have everything right. Just before I proceed, I want to make sure I'm getting where I want to be here. Alright, so now, I'm going to start adding in the knots here. I think I'm happy enough with the background for the time being. Everything that's there can be fixed at a later date if needs be. I think, well, I'll see anyway. So let's put all these knots in. Alright, let you be in here. The way trees have all these little higgledy-biggledy bits. Now I wanted a bit more fluid than that. A bit less viscosity, so a little bit of spirits in it, just to help it help thin it out a bit. Well, let me see here. Just keeping my eye on where I want darker places to be. Okay, just this type of thing here allows you to bring the branch right into the middle of the tree here. Bum, bum, ba, ba, bum. Just darkening down the sides and all. We're getting in some of the shadows. Scraping it on as well. This is very, very dry. It allows me to create some texture with the shadows. Just scrape that on down the side here. In fact, what I will do is get a different brush to do this scraping. It's just a flat brush, and I'm just going to drag it down. I need a bit more on the brush. So there we go. Some raw umber, some red, oxide red, and some black. Little bit of spirits just to get the viscosity down, and a little bit of liquid. Now take a good bit off the brush, probably a bit more black, but take a good bit off the brush and just drag it down. I want a broken texture here. There we go. Very good. I'm just going to soften it up a little bit with a dry brush. Just soften the edge here. Bring it round, give it that cylindrical look. Okay. Now I'm going to start adding in all the blacks here while I have it on my brush and it is just sitting here. Okay. Very nice. Now here, I want to get this in here, and this is where the tree reflection is along here. And I'm not being careful with this at all because the shadows are going to be broken up with rocks and bricks and reflections and what have you. And I need to bring this over a bit here. So now let's soften that up. Look at that. Lovely jubbly, eh? It gives me a nice dark place to start here, so it does. A little bit darker, I see this here just showing a little bit more. Just along there. Yeah. Boppity boop boop boom. Bobbity boop boop boom. Bobbity boop boop boom. Okay. So I'm going to make up just a color for here. Just I want to come into this a bit while it still has a bit of wetness in it. Okay. Right, so let's see here. Yeah, just take that across there, make it look like it's breaking into it a little bit. Maybe bring this down in a little bit too, just while I have it on the brush. Yes, a little bit brighter as I'm moving up. I'll have some rocks coming across here. Some sort of little waterfall maybe. And I'm just marking for it now. That's all I'm doing at the moment, just where I want the water to be. I think maybe just coming along here. Not too much water, you know. Not too bright, in other words. I don't want that to be the main focus. I want the tree to be the main focus, and then the water leading you to it. That type of thing is what I'm after. Right. Now let's see what we got going here. A little bit of red. I'm going to do a little bit of a reflection thing going on here. And is this too bright? I'm unsure. It seems a bit bright. Put a little bit of this into it. All right. And just a bit of a brighter spot. Just along here, just a... probably needs to be a bit brighter than that. Okay. Let me just take that back a little bit. Bit of a dry brush, just knocking it back a touch for now. Just thinking, what am I seeing here? Right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add in some of the foreground grasses here. And I'll just make it a little bit a greyish brown. There's some umber, or a greyish green, sorry. There's some umber. Now I want to see what this looks like here. I'm just having a second to myself, folks. Having a wee second to myself. All right, let's see now. Just dance this around. There's already a background down, so I don't want to completely ruin it. Lovely. Okay, now let's just see what we can play with here. Well, okay, I'm happy enough with this as it stands. Just going to reshape some of this area up here. Get that, I want a bit of an overhang there looking thing. Yeah, so nice darker patches along here. Just give me that idea of the overhang, and then I'll come along and put a little bit of detail in there, and it'll help create that sense of an overhang. Right, so back to the grasses. Now I'm going to move forward a little bit here, and do these ones at the front. Now let me see, I think it's a bit bright. Yeah, it's a bit too bright, I think. So a little bit more blue in it. That's ultramarine blue I'm using. A little bit of the dark color there, that dark mixture. Let me see. That's a bit better. That's a bit better. I want it a bit patchier than this. So a little bit of lights just here and there. Just dabbing this on. Alright, now I think I'll knock this back a bit actually. Might as well do that now. So, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of red, and something just to grey this up a bit, a little bit of blue in it. There we have a nice browny muddy colour. Let me see now, I don't want that grass verge to be too now I think that's a bit too much. So I'm not going to take it off completely. I am going to dab it off. There we go. Just taking that back a bit. I don't think it's grey enough for me. And this might be too dark, so I'm going to bring it down a little bit. Some black, a little bit of umber, a little bit more umber. Aye, no, just darken and just topping the brush. Now, did you see that? Just topping that brush. And there now we have a wee bit of a pathway up into here. Well, what I will do, what I will do here, if I can get a decent brush, is I'll just change the direction of the water a bit. I'll take the water in a little bit here. It's a bit too bright. Just using all the colours on the palette. Just any time I feel that there needs to be a little bit of harmony here and there, I just drag that over to there. Look at that. That just reshapes that water a bit. I prefer that. Yes, I prefer that. Anytime you feel that you could do with a bit of harmony, just add the colours that you're already using. All these colours here. Make sure your tones are correct and you'll be fine. Now, this is still early stages. I mean, obviously I do want to care about tones, but it's still early days yet. There's no rush to care about the tones at the minute. But what I do want is I just want a bit of texture. Here and there, and there and here. Right. Barely noticeable, folks, but just enough just to too much on the edge of this. Enough just to give me something to paint over when I get the chance. Right, so I'm going to add a little bit more texture on the trees here. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-bum. I think I need to get a little bit more raw umber out. Okay, now. A little bit of green on it. Just A little bit of white. Just brighten it a touch. Yeah, probably a bit more green, you know. Let me see. That's a bit bright, bit bright. Oh, let me see now. Now what I want to do is I want to make sure that I keep, I want to sharpen the edge of this tree whenever I get the chance. So now I've done this, going to bring the dark back over again. Boom, boom, boom. See, now look at that, just creating the texture and giving this more of a cylindrical look. Now it's a bit too dark over on this edge, I think. So I'm going to lighten this up a touch. Just a touch, folks, but it is a bit too dark. This is a thin layer as well, so it's going to be kind of semi-transparent. Okay, now back to the black again to put in, redo these, re-establish some of these little areas here. Now what I think I'm going to do, is just sharpen the edge of this a touch. Now I do want it to be, I want it to be somewhat sharpened down the edge along here. Now I think I'm going to do it in this manner. Let me get a brush here, a little sharp brush. It's not too sharp. That one there will do. Now I just need an off blue color here. Let me see. Yeah, that's almost perfect. Look at that. Alright, nice and sharp is what I'm after this time. Okay. Now as I'm coming down further here, I'm obviously going to have to keep changing my colors here to suit. So there's one there, look at that, wonderful. Nice and sharp, folks. Just want to keep that. Alright, now as I'm coming down further and along to here, a nice grey is what I see. Let me see if that's too bright. It's a bit too bright. Let me check that. There we go, look at that. Lovely. Nice and sharp. Now, what I want to do here is just, I want to make sure I'm getting this right. I don't want to be coming back to this one. Okay. Just create the notion of a little bush off in the ground, off in the background there. That's not bad at all, actually. There we go. Just slightly changing the color and the tone of it is all. Just to match this area here. And I think I've done that. Alright. Now I've created a nice sharp edge down here. Still a little bit here to go actually. Just a little bit here. Sharp, sharp. Scumble that in. Look at that. Now, a little bit at the base here. Just along here. A bit darker. There we go. I'll just reshape the edge of this here, make it a bit more higgledy-piggledy. Now I've got a nice sharp edge come down here and a softer edge on this side. Ah, that's what I'm after. So now I'm just going to concentrate a little bit on this here, in this area here, while I have it on my palette here. Let me see. Maybe a bit darker. A bit more of a silhouette. Yeah, okay. Alright, getting there now. Getting happy with this now. Now I'm just... Trees are such unpredictable things. They don't follow a normal path. They just grow out whenever the sun shines, wherever it shines. Now let me see, I'll just pull this out here. Nice, okay. Pull a nice wee one here, just right up. Lots of little sticky out bits. Okay. Now, I'm still in two minds about the background. Now you might be thinking, well, what are you working this for? At the foreground? Well, you would be thinking right, but I can easily glaze it and then wipe it off. I'm giving myself a bit of extra work, of course, but I can easily glaze it and fix it where I believe it needs to be fixed. Which I think I'll probably end up doing. That's a bit bright. A little bit of blue in it. Right, okay, now what I want to do is slightly darken an area here. And I think I'm going to thicken this a bit here too. Maybe not as dark as that. I think I'm just going to thicken this branch here, or this trunk, sorry. have it. Yeah, it's I'm sorry, it's a bit too dark. And now that's a bit too bright in certain areas. Just along here, I just want this here. Oh. See this tree here, I want this tree to sit in front. I'm just going to create that little dark patch there. And then I'll create my own little highlight along here. I forgot about that tree, so let's work on it before we go any further. I don't want it to be too out in front, so I think I'll end up glazing that a little bit. I think I've gone a little bit too far with the with how it's looking. I think I will glaze it at a later date. Right, so I'm just going to see how bright this is. Just dab on little bits of that. Looks okay. Dab on little bits of highlights, keeping a bit of a texture there. Lovely. You see him just along here. Yeah, I think I'll wait till this dries a little bit. Give myself a better option of doing that. Now I'll do the same with this, only with a different brush. This area here. A little bit of highlights on it. Lovely. Hopefully, now we'll darken a few areas here. Hopefully, just give you the impression of some stones along here, a little bit of a pebble thing happening. As I say, I will come along with a bit of a darker one, and I'll do it now. Slightly darker. It's very often, now that's way too dark. We're off in the distance here, so you're not going to see that much of a contrast. But you will see it. You will know that it's there. Just a few hints of it here and there. So that from a distance you can see that's a little pathway. Yes, I am not happy with what I've done with this. Well, but I also think the reason that I'm not happy with it is that I think the tree trunk itself is a bit too thin. I think I'm going to thicken it and then let it dry and then mess about with it. Yeah. So I'm going to bring it down directly in front of everything here. So here, boom, 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 boom. Look at that. Just bring that right across. So that this is the main trunk along here. There we go. And I'll just bring it, just continue it on up along here. So that there is no no confusion as to which is which here. Now, just while I have this on my brush, is that too bright? No. Maybe a bit, maybe a bit. Let me just see this here. A little bit more blue. Look at that, just reshaping this entire tree right before your very eyes, folks. There we go. Okay, now I'm just going to mess around a touch here. A little bit brighter, a little bit grayer too. We're again, I have to keep reminding, we're off in the distance here, folks. So things are going to be a little bit grayer, a little bit less saturated. And let me see here, just along here. Lovely. Now that lightens it a little bit, maybe a bit more in certain areas, just a little bit bluer. Let me see now. Look at that there, just creating little branches. Breaking off as well, folks, you know, letting it become a tree. Lots of little broken off pieces, branches flying out of it here and there. There we go. Now, I'm a bit happier with this now. Okay. So, let's continue to make myself happy with it. Creating some shadows. Some little dark patches here and there. Little breaks. Let me just thin this out a touch. Little twigs going off into the distance. All that type of thing. Aye. Yes. Okay, now what I'm going to do is, well, I think what I'm going to do is take, you know what, I don't like this, see here? I don't like it. I think I might have come out a bit too far. For compositional purposes, I think it is just, it's just a no for me. So I'm going to turn this into a bit of a muddy path here. Just like up here. I just have this area here along here, a bit of a muddy path. Yeah. Just think it's just sitting out a bit too much for me. I wasn't pleased with it. And I think it was throwing me, so it was. It was throwing me. Okay, so let me try this now. Right. You see? See how you can completely change the shape of something, even while you've done it. So like I said before, there's no real mistakes. Not really, folks. As long as you're willing to accept that you don't like what you see, that's a big step. You have to say to yourself, well, I'm not keen on that. And then you go about changing it. That's the key to it. That's the key to, for me anyway, let me just say this. For me, the key is to just accept that sometimes you're just not, no matter how much work you put into it, and sometimes you can put an awful lot into it before you realize, I don't like this very much. And well, that's just the way of painting at times. There, I think I have achieved something there. I will probably wade in the water here and bring it down to touch this. Let me just see what that looks like. There we go. I thought I had lost my brush. There we go. Just a grey blue for now. I can always and will. Yeah, okay. Still not entirely happy with it, but I still need to work with it. So this is where we are for now. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to lay down my idea of a few rocks and thingamajigs, because I already have this here. So I'm just going to lay it down. The idea of things happening in here. And just as a wee reminder that I want to put a rock here and there and there and here. That type of thing. There'll be lots of wee rocks along in here. Lots of them actually. Bum, bum, bum. All right. Still playing, folks. That's all I'm doing at the minute. Just having a wee bit of a play. I need a bit of a larger, there's one there. A bit of a larger brush just to get some colour down here. Some dark tones for the purposes of shaping it a bit. Okay. I guess along here. Lovely. Keeping that nice and rough along there, and the same over on this side. Now, look at that. Dance that brush around, folks. Creating abstract edges, abstract shapes. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a bit yes, I'm going to take a little bit of time, and then we'll come back. And I am getting there, I am getting there. Right, so, take a little bit of time, I'll come back, and we'll see where we are. Oh, I think what I'll do is I'll just connect that area here. Just more convincing, I think. Yeah. Yep. Alright, now that gives me the edge of the tree, as you can see there. Okay, now I'm just going to smudge it back and forward. There we go. Alright. Okay, for now. Alright, that will do, folks. I'm not sure if I moved forward any here. I think I did. I think I did. I think I'm being a bit harsh. I think I did. Right. I'll come back when this is dry, maybe tomorrow or maybe the next day. So, see you all when I come back to finish it. Bye for now. Okay, folks, back to this one. Now, this is a bit dried, and because of the darker areas down here, I'm going to glaze the whole thing with a little bit of liquid. It'll help bring the colours out. Now I'll put this on and it will darken a lot of the colours, bring them back to life again, and then I'll wipe a little bit of it off. I only want a thin layer of it on. I don't need a lot of it. It is just to waken the canvas up a bit. Everything is dried out and it creates this matte looking color, very dry. There we go. Oops, I hit the camera. Right, okay. Now, just let's get a good cover on it, and it'll help me apply a little bit more paint on it too. So it will. Right, now just a bit of kitchen towel. Just wipe some of that off. Now the surface of this now will be quite slick. So applying the painting will be a slightly different method, you know. Not much more of a difference, but slight different method. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to work on this back tree here, and I'm not sure. I think I'm okay with it, you know. I wasn't too happy with it whenever I last left, but I'm kind of have come around to it a little bit. I'm going to put in some of the darker areas in it. Just now, I'm going to use the liquid that's already on the palette here. Might as well. I'm just going to create some little darker spots for it, just here and there, just little. Now, they need to be darker than that. If they're going to be dark, you have to see them, don't you? Just little knots and what have you. little shapes. Helps with the sell the reality of it a little bit. Okay. And then a little bit of a highlight. A little bit of a highlight. So a little bit of a velvety highlight actually. A little bit of cadmium red, a little bit of ultramarine blue, and then grey it out a little bit. Now let me see. And just bring it down here. But too bright for in there. Okay, now let me see. What are we? Okay, now we're going to this main tree here. I just want to have a wee look at what I've just done here. Scrape that on. There we go. Very nice. And I'm just having a little look-see to myself here. Just creating a lot of little textures on this. Nice cool. Nice cool one here. Right, I want to grey that out a little bit of yellow will grey velvet out nicely. It's a bit bright. Create some texture down and around the base of it here. Now let me see, is that bright enough for you? I don't think it is, you know. We'll bring the camera up a touch so you can see what's happening. And just creating some texture on this tree. There we go. Now, just while I'm here, I've got this darker thing here, and just bring it in a little bit to here. A little bit more. And the same here. A little bit of raw umber. I'm just going to create another little branch coming off of it here. Just twisting that and turning it. I wanted a kind of a relatively busy tree, you know. So it does. Now, I want to Right, I'll tell you what I'll do. I want to do this area up around here first. Before I get myself carried away with a load of nonsense, I'm going to just work up in here. Give myself some phthalo, some cadmium. I'm going to have to get out some colours, methinks. Okay, a little bit of red, just to really knock that back. A little bit of umber as well will help do that job. So let me see here. Just creating some. Just creating some life in it, you know, some texture, some movement. Let me see here now. Right, okay, now up in here. May as well do it while I'm here now. Just creating like a nestle of leaves and things like so. Little darker areas here and there. This doesn't have to make too much sense up in here. It just has to be what it's doing. Just has to do what it's doing. That's all, folks. Okay, now a lot of busyness needs to happen. Not a little twigs and what I will tell you is that I'm going to do it, but when to do it is the thing. Now, because I'm not entirely sure about the background, so I might just leave it until I make myself a bit more comfortable with the background. I'm going to put a few little eye holes along here. A few more just than what's there. Make them a bit more apparent, maybe. Okay. Where is it? There we go. Lovely. There, now we've got some more distance going on there. Right, okay. Now, time to paint over this back tree. Just a bit, you know, I'm not going to go nuts on it. But it's a nice grey green. I've already got the grey green here, so I might as well use it. Nope, not quite there yet. So here we go. Yeah, I think that's better now. This is another one of those ones that you really don't want to apply it too much. You want it to look like there's lots of little leaves just covering a part of the tree up. Okay, now. That was alright now. Just going to darken a little bit of an area here. Okay. Now that's a little bit covered up over there. Right. Now we're beginning to move forward here. Right, so I'll tell you what, I'm going to hit pause here, and then I'm going to put out some colors and whatnot. I suppose no real need to pause, they just only put the color yellow out there is all. Anyway. Right, so let's see, let's give ourselves a wee... Lots of little ticks, as if leaves have fallen on the ground. Just way off in the background there. And then I want to work on the front parts here. On these here. Want to make this look like these are slight overhangs. So let's do this. Let me see what I can do here. Just bringing a few grasses down and curling them underneath as if there's room underneath. Okay. And the same thing over on this side, folks. Just over here now, just bringing it down, playing with it. Creating the shapes that you want. There we go. Getting the idea of that hanging over. That's what I'm going for. And rough around the edges. Okay. All right, now, you see, just a wee brush. I want to do a couple of rocks along here now. Right, so a nice rock color. You can get a nice rock color from some raw umber and some cadmium red. Nice grey, and then a bit of blue in it, ultramarine blue, and some white. A little bit of what do you call that? Cerulean blue. Just trying to make a nice greyish color here. There we go. There we go. There we go. Right. So let's see now. Get myself a nice sharp rock here. Another wee one in here somewhere. Just the impression of it, just. I don't know. Another one here. Just take the edges of those away. wee one along here, folks. And I will get some reflections going on, and that's shortly enough, soon enough. Bumpa-de-boo, ah-hee-hee, whoa-hoo-hoo. And then some way off in the background here, and just little the ideas of them, folks. Now I'm going to work on the water. I want that water properly brightened this time. So a nice, I'll just go for a very nice pinkish, because I'll be putting it on in a very thin manner. So most of that, oh, that's far too red. So most of that will change. I picked up too much red. I'm going to wipe off my brush. It's going to be relatively transparent, this. Okay, I'm just scraping most of this on too. Trying to keep my arms straight. I don't want wee curls. Trying to keep my stroke relatively straight. Not trying to fill in the entire area. See what I mean about trying to keep my arms straight? Let me see here. Okay, this is coming off nicely now. So along here now. Now, as I'm coming down here, I want it to get brighter and brighter as I'm moving down. So, almost white along here. But with that scratched on look that I'm going for, very good. Very good, very good, very good. Now this one here. Let me see. Not quite there yet. Nearly. Let me see. All right, okay, that's not so bad now. That's not so bad now. All right, so what I'm going to work on now is just making this main tree a bit busier. Lots of little flicks and ticks and lights and whatnot coming into it. So I want a kind of a thinnish brush. And what I've got here is just a size 0 Studio 22 rigger brush. I'm not going to put in too much here because you have to be careful. Very, very easy to massively overdo these things. Okay, so lots of lots of twigs and branches coming off of this. And I want a fair bit of them, so I do. Keeping this whole area nice and busy. Like there's a lot of life happening, you know. Now the way that that's breaking off, I'm quite happy with that. It looks very natural. Okay, right now, so lots of little flicks and ticks of branches and leaves too. Very grey leaves and very green leaves and what have you, but lots of them. Ba-dum-boo, ba-di-di-di-di. All right, let's see now. Just bunching them together too, folks. You know, not everything is always completely spread out. Now, let's get in some real colours. Start with the dark ones. Or they're darker ones, I should say, and maybe a bit darker than that still. Okay. Let's build a little thing of leaves here. Trying not to be ordered in any way. A bit darker as I'm coming across here. I want a bit more of a silhouette there. As I'm moving into the leaves facing the background. A little bit more of a silhouette here. That's nice, coming off rightly. Okay. Ba, 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 ba. Bit brighter. Put a bit of pink in it as well. That pink that's laying there. And a lot of oops, getting my fingers all cut up. Now, there's a bit too much darkness here. I'm going to wipe this off. Or not wipe it off, I'm going to blend it in a little bit. Here. It's relatively new paint that I've done today. I'm just going to take the edges from it a bit. There we go. Nine. I want to look. I want it to look as if some of those branches are breaking into the tree. So a good way to do that is to create a small highlight along it, like so. And there's another one there. And then over these things here. Boop, 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 boop. Now, there's still a good bit of busyness to happen, a bit more rocks and need to work on the water. But for the time being, I think I'm getting there. The water's coming along rightly. I'll tell you what I'll do with it. I have the colour here. I'll just mess around a little bit with this water here. Scumble on a bit of a brighter thing happening here. A little bit of light shining through from the distance. Like so. Oh, yeah. Okay. Now this time, the same again, just all through this, but I'm going to be wiping a lot of this off. As in, and hopefully just a little remnants will stay behind. See? Like so. Slightly brightening that. That's good. Now a bit of a darker tone for the branches and what have you. Bit too dark. Okay, so I'm just going to just knock those back just a touch. All right, now. Bit of a dark one here. I want this nice roundish rock. A bit of a darker base than I have there. Breaking up into it, there we go. Okay. A bit of highlight on it now. Ah, too much. Too much. Right, now let's put in a number of dark little patches along here, and I'll add some rocks to this. Tiny, tiny little rocks. Alright. Now I think I maybe want it a bit busier than that actually. So I'm just going, while I have it on my brush, I'm just going to lay the highlights down. And then I'll come along and put the shadows in. Just dancing this about it. Just don't think it's quite as busy as I want it to be. Now wipe a little bit off this brush. Let's come along and put the shadow areas in. I think that might be a bit dark. Nah, it's okay. It's okay. Dun, 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 dun. Right, so let me see. Now, where's my knife? What did I do with my knife thingy-majig? Is it away in the corner? There it is. Away in the corner. No use to anybody. Way in there. Well, let me see here. I don't want this too bright. Now I have to determine where I want this to be. And I think I'm going to have it just about here ish, just moving down and under these rocks. Now I'm not happy with that. It came off the knife there a bit too much just here. There's an easy fix. Just wipe it off. I'm just going to lay it on rather than try and scrape it on. Okay, now let me see. Right, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to take a bit of a break because I think this area needs darkened a bit, or the trunks need lightened a bit. It's okay though, you know, I think I could be being a bit fussy. I do want a few dark patches in it. Bit darker than that, I think, eh? Let me see. No, still a bit darker. Yeah, a bit better. Yeah, this is better now, I think, anyway. Just creating a bit more of a texture to it. Too dark. Streaks here and there just to help sell the idea of it. Now, at the edge of it here, I want a wee bit of a highlight on it. Not too much though. I like the silhouette that it's showing here. So I'm not after too much here. I'm just going to see. Now that's too dark. Or not too dark, too bright. I'll try this again. Just a bit of a highlight, folks, is all. And I'm going to do a nice bright one here because this is sitting out right in front of the light here. And I do want a few more a lot more branches in it. Some of them a bit darker, barely noticeable. I'll do the same up along here. I'll just actually, what I'll do is I'll highlight these first. Nice. Just using that pink that's down. Might as well. I don't often work on a base that has been done with liquid, and then you saw me doing it just 20 minutes or so ago. But it's nice to work on. It really makes the paint fly off the brush. It does. Really helps with it. Right, okay. Bit of another one in here, just of this one. Just bringing it out a bit, bump, bump, like so. And a bit of a darker undertone, or underside of it. Too dark. Hey ho, hey ho. Right, I'm going to take a break. And I'll see you when I come back to finish this. So bye for now. Okay, folks. Back on this one. I'm just going to spend the rest of my time here finishing this one up. Okay, now, just want to fix this little area up here. I want better leaves than I have up here. Just a bit better, nothing too difficult. Okay, so I'm going to start off with some greens, and then we'll really knock that green back with some umber, or some oxide red, and some blue, cerulean blue. In fact, I'll tell you what I'll do. Before I go any further, I'm just going to darken a few areas down here with a bit of a glaze, bit of a warm glaze of black and oxide red. Okay, so let me just taking a few areas out here that I wasn't too keen on, and that's okay. As I say, I'm just alright. I just want that to work in along the bottom there, so I'm just blending that in a little bit, the base of that in, just so that it comes together a bit better. Now, that's that done. Right, so let me see now. How do I want this to go? I want it to have a bit of a fall across, like so. So I'll do. So I'm going to just do this. Okay. This brush might be a bit big, but it's okay. A bit of a darker green here. Just coming along here. Not too much light getting to it here, but some getting to it. Alright, okay. You know what? I think I might work a wee bit more with the liquid as the base. I really think it helps come off the brush a touch better. And one of the reasons I moved away from it was it can be a bit toxic, so it can. And maybe that's why I might I might stay away from it. I'm unsure. So, some cerulean, I want a nice grey, blue leaf here. sure. You know, leaves all bunched together. And then you'll have the odd singular leaf. Something like that is what I'm after. All right, now just a few odd twigs here and there, a few very thin branches, and I'm just going to look for a nice brush to do this with. I want the viscosity to be nice and thin. A nice thin viscosity, and certainly a grey. So raw umber, a little bit of cerulean, which is already in that mix. Some raw umber. I'll put a little bit of oxide red in it too. And a little tiny bit of blue and black, a blue and black. Okay, let me see how bright this is. It might be a bit bright. Yep, just a bit bright, not too much. Nice grey here, and just having a few branches coming along, just a part of the whole ensemble here. Bit of life, you know, creating a bit of movement, bit of texture. All right, I don't want to go too far either. I'm just going to be keeping that in mind. Right, now I'm going to work on this water a little bit. It's a bit too blue. It's a bit where I don't want it to be. That's where it is. While I have the colors here, I'm actually going to work on this water bit first. I'll do that instead, and then I'll come to the thing. I just want a little bit of a little bit of movement here is all. Not much, but enough just to give us the sense of movement here. Okay, that's all right. Now I'll work on the avatar. Just don't think it's bright enough in certain areas. I don't mind a lot of that background showing through. I just want it to be a bit brighter. Alright, coming along rightly, folks. And I'm almost done with it, I think. I just want to brighten this area up a bit here. Now, A little bit of colour is coming off the brush. So I think I'm going to just change over brush here. I'm not happy with the colour coming off it. Nice and sharp. As if it's spreading out, you know. Okay, I'm getting there now. Getting happier with this. And I think I'm just going to blue up the base of this a little bit, is all. Alright, so let me see. A little bit of a purpley, violet-y blue, sorry. More of a glaze here. Very good. Good, that's come out rightly, so it has. Oh yes, very nice, very nice. Okay. Now, just give me ba ba boom, ba 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 boom boom. Just smoothing this out a touch. See the way that this water is coming down along here? It's not going to end at this rock. So I'm just going to come around the rock a touch. Just have it breaking out a little bit there. Not much, just the idea of it there. That's a nice contrast right down in there. Now I'm going to hit pause here and take a... Well, actually, I'll tell you what, you can come with me as I stand and have a look at this. Right, so let me see. I don't know, I'm about 10 feet away from it. I think that looks pretty good. There's a good lot of life in that, I think. And am I done? I think so. At least for now, I'm done. But I'm happy with it. Oh, right, but well, there's still something that I just noticed. I want to. I just want to make this overlap a little bit more. Just down in here, just make it look as if it's... Yeah, I think I'm maybe being a bit panicky or whatever it's called. Just get the idea of that. Yeah, right. Right, okay. I'm going to call it done, I believe. Alright, for now anyway. We'll see how I feel tomorrow. But for now, I think I'm going to call that one done. So, if I don't see you again on this one, I'll see you whenever I'm posting it. Bye for now. Okay, folks, back to this one. Now, this one I'm not too happy with this water. I think it's just too bright. I don't like it, so I'm going to mess around all in this area here. Everything else I'm pretty happy with. So I'm just going to be messing around with the water and creating just different thingamajigs. as the technical term, is the different thingy-majigs. I'm just going to create a little green patch here. A little bit of a darker area first, and then highlight it. Just across here, just closing this off a bit. As if it's coming across here. Bringing that out of touch. Okay. Okay. Now, just a little bit of light on the top of it. Alright. I can do just sitting there for the time being. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a very off-white violet here. Just hardly any colors on the brush here, because I'm only using such a small amount. I don't want to be wasting it all. Okay. So there's a little bit of mixing going on. I want to see how white this is. Yeah, a little bit more grey. Just a bit more, just up in here. Just pulling it back a touch from what is already there. Really dulling it down a bit. I think it has just become too bright for me, and I didn't like it in the end. So I decided to change it. Right. And just this little crop here of the, what do you call that, a little hill of things. Oh dear, I'm just talking away, talking nonsense, of course. There we go, that's a bit of a better match. Hey ho. Just in there. A bit of a grey look to it here, just to put a wee bit of a rock in, just a wee bit of a rock face here. A bit darker. Just the face of it is all I'm after. Okay. Right. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in a bit of a rock face, or a bit of a, what do you call it, a waterfall type thing. Just a small one here-ish. So a nice dark rocky colour. And I don't mean Sylvester Stallone's Rocky. Just a nice color. Let me see now. Let me see. I just want to make sure I'm doing the right thing here. So I'm just going to drag this across. Not going to be too cautious with it at this stage. I can maybe a bit dark, bit brighter still. And then we step down here as well, just a small step this time. Right. That'll allow me to mess around with the water a little bit, make it a bit more choppy, because we'll have flow coming down over it and what have you. So we will. Right, different colours. Now I'm just going to lay down a number of different colours here. Greens and violets and greys and what have yous. Now it's a bit too dark. Really, I just couldn't see that water working, so I couldn't. Just kidding, it was just too bright. I just couldn't get it in my head to get it working. I thought, you know, the best thing to do would be to just scrap it and start again. And then it allowed me to, I went and looked at some reference photos and it allowed me to look at some different things, you know, at wee small waterfalls. Just as ideas of things to do, you know. Okay, so let me see now. That's the bumpity boop boop boo. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Almost a little blue here. All right. So far, so better. I think anyway. Just yes. All right, so this little rock face at the front here, I'm going to work on that. So I is. It's pretty close match. Okay, so now. That's all right now. Now put in some of the shadows in the different lower tones, the darker tones, just to create the little rocks and what have you. Just lots of little ticks and flicks here, and then you come along and I'll highlight a rock above it. And use that as a shape as well. Boom, boom, boom. Just let this inform you where you're placing your things. Try and be random. I know I keep saying it, but I do genuinely think it's important. Now I'm just going to wipe this down a little bit. Wipe this brush, sorry. I'll say that again because it was. I will wipe this brush a little bit, and then I will put on a highlight here. As you see, the highlight is not so bright, and even it might even be a bit too bright, but it's not so bright that it takes your eye away from things. There are certain areas where you do want it nice and bright, just to show off a wee rock here on there, little pebble here and there. Not everything is the same color nor the same tone. Some of them reflect light a little differently. Okay, now I put little ticks and flicks throughout it. There we go. Now we have a pebbled beach, or pebbled sand thingamajig there. And thingamajig being the technical term, of course. Now, should I wait until the paint dries, or be impatient and just go for it? I think I'll be impatient and just go for it. Sure, why not? The worst thing can happen. Actually, you know what? There's other things to do yet. I'm getting myself distracted. Just want to put a few more rocks up in here. Just the idea that there's other things happening up here. Right. And again, a bit of a brighter look to it here and there. Bum, 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 ba, 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 bum. Just knock that back a bit. It's a bit strong. That's fine. Alright, now I'm ready to get into it. I believe something else will probably distract me soon enough. Anywho, so let's get some of our white water in here, or brighter water in here. Let me see. I don't want it all the whole way across, just being somewhat. It's so easy to find yourself going too heavy on these things. Now, I like that. That's coming out outrightly, so it is. I'm going to put a little bit of darkness in this rock. I'm just making this one a little bit taller, and then the same again here, just nice and gently and over, and over. Okay, and that's better. Right, happier with this now. Getting there anyway, folks, getting there anyway. Aye. So I'll tell you my process there is that I wasn't happy with this. And I didn't have much, I didn't know what I was going to do with it. So I sat in my living room, flicking through images, and I saw a number of them, and then decided that this is what I wanted to do. That's all. So I'd suggest you do the same yourselves. Is look at images that you like to begin with. That's the main part, and then keep flicking until something draws your eye, and then take from it. Take the idea of it. And use it for yourself. Okay, I do think that it needs a bit needs to dry a bit so I can put a little bit more white in it in a better way, but I'm not too unhappy with it, I must say. As you can see now, look at the difference between how bright this is compared to how bright this is. Much better in my opinion. And okay, I'm just going to dull this one down a little bit, maybe put something in the middle of it, and we'll see. We will see where we are. I'm just going to make up a little bit of a creamy orange thing going on here. Bit of a grey as well. I want to make sure there's a good bit of grey in it. I don't want it too bright this time. Okay, now let me see. Yep. All right, now. There we go. A lot less bright. So what I'm going to do is just work that in now. Oh, get myself a nice wee brush and just work this in. Yeah. Bum, bum, bum. Not working in exactly the way I would want it. So I'm going to repaint down here then with a bit of a grayer. A bit of a grayer look to it. Bit better. That for me, it removes a little bit of that that brightness. Let me see. I'm not going to say that I'm done with it, not by any stretch of the imagination. But I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Maybe a bit bright, maybe. Add some of that blue and that darker grey over here as well. Okay, let me see. I have a bit of a swirl coming down here, and a definite one over this rock here. Just boom, all the way around this rock. There we go. Just going to add in a few shadows here and there. Now, I think I'm going to put a large rock here just to stop this. Just to stop this movement here of the water, or else it would ripple all the way across, and I don't want that. So I don't. So let's go and put in a bit of a rock-ish thing here. Electric Avenue. Alright, and now just a highlight of that. Just wipe off what's on the brush. Try not to get too much on your fingies. And then put on a highlight of it. All right, now, now you can see that stops that water from beating into here, and that was important to me. There we go. Now, let me see. I'm going to take a walk back here, and you can come with me. What I think I have forgotten to do, though, which is an easy fix, I'll do that now. I'll put a little bit of reflection in that brighter part of the water. Yes. Yeah, some reflections along here and help dull that down a bit too. Excuse me, folks. Right, so along here, just a brighter type of reflection. Just don't want to do this too much. A little bit of green in this because we've got a good bit of green on that. Now there's that reflection. It needs to be a bit darker than that, Alan. Yes, it does. Needs to be a bit darker. I want this to be too careful. I want you to see this reflection here. Electric Avenue. Doing rightly. We're doing rightly, folks. We're doing rightly. Now I have some quite large trees there to reflect. Now right down to here, just coming down, and then just now we're seeing this part of the tree. We're not seeing here. Its reflection, if the light was shining on it, its reflection would be about here, up to this point of the tree. So now I'm going to reflect this point of the tree. So I'm coming down here, down to here, and then moving out a touch just to catch this top part of the tree. There we go. And then we flick out as if it's a branch, you know, like so. A bit darker, Alan, a bit darker. Very good, very nice. Now there's another couple there just to push in, and there we go. Okay, nine. Okay, nine. Right. Now let's get the edges of these sorted out here. Electric Avenue, coming getting higher. Just going to bring this part of the embankment down a little bit more into this reflection. That's a bit better, I hope. Now, this may not be strong enough to do it the way I want to do it. No, it is not. It is not. It is not. Come on, baby. All right. Boom, 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 boom. There now, we're getting there, little bit of works at a time, gentle works at a time. Just using a stronger, stiffer brush here. All right. I think I'll knock the pan out of one of these. Just here. Don't need the three of them. Maybe not even the two of them. Come and getting higher. All right. Yeah, as you can see that I'm quite unsure about what I'm doing at the minute, folks. I'm just playing around with it, and it's just not. Right, I'm going to go and look at another reference photo and play around with this even more. But what I'm going to going to darken this down a good bit. Give it a good darkened tone along here, because it's still this still can be this, so it can. Right, and I am actually going to be using it as such. I've already got this green on the brush, so I'm going to be just doing this, as you can see, matching this. Alright, that's a bit better now. I do think that this is better. Alright. We're going to rock. Don't you do. Right, yeah, okay. Aye. It's funny how sometimes you think you've got it, and then it just completely eludes you. And there we go. Now, just draw that in and wipe the brush. Draw that in, wipe the brush. Draw it in, wipe the brush. Draw it in. Wipe the brush. Draw it in. Alright, I think I'm getting there this time. I believe that I might be. I just want to soften them up. And so I'm going to be gentle with them this time. Have a little bit more control over it this time. All right. For a moment there, I thought I was never going to get that. I think I have it now. Not entirely sure, but I do think I have it this time. So just going to lay in a little bit of water ripples here, just in here. A little bit brighter. Yeah, for goodness me. Now I'm just going to take a little step back here, folks, and see what I think of it for now. Anywho's, some of them, oh, I need to change my glasses. Some of them you can have a bit of a struggle with, but if you keep persevering, it works. It works out for you. Wipe it out, wipe it off, do whatever you need to get it to work. And it'll work out for you. See, I think that doing what I've done with the water is it has taken away that complete illumination. Let me just see here. Let me just show you. All up along here was very bright, and in this area here was very stark bright. And it was, although it was traveling you up towards the tree, it's still traveling you up towards the tree. But it just was off. It was just too much, is all. Now I can see a wee bit of a problem here. There we go. Okay, that's all. Just a bit too bright for me. We're cool. And I think that I will call that done. Maybe just blacken the back of this rock just a touch, just to get a bit more of a contrast there. I think I'm just being a bit... I think I'm okay. Right, okay folks, I'm going to call this done. Unless I come in and, well, I'm not entirely done. I will be fixing up these areas here. I think it's just going to have another go at it. But I do think it's a bit too wet for me at the minute. I could add a bit of oil to this, fatten it up a little bit, but I'm not going to. And what that will do will be fat over lean, just creating it changes the viscosity of the paint. You're putting over a thicker paint, as in the fat added to the paint, over the thinner paint that's on the canvas, and that helps it stick. And the process is called fat over lean. Just making it a bit more realistic, hopefully. All right, okay. Right, well, I'm going to say that will do for now. I think I'm done with it. It's one of those ones I'm a little bit unsure of. But I will leave it for now and take a few photographs of it, and I'll sit with it on the computer and look at it over the next few days and see how I feel. But as for this, I'll see you all again soon. Bye for now. Oh, and like and subscribe if you would, please. Thank you very much. Bye for now.